Alright. How are we doing? Is that one? And coming. Why do you not show up? Weird. There we go. That's better. Okay. Pop out. You. Yes, I know. Pop out. This goes here. Apologize for being a little delayed today. But oh well. Ah! You don't need to see that. Can I? There, that's a bit better. Well, I'm a little more disorganized today than I often am. But anyway. Nope. ID equal white, color equal white. There we go. Yay. Where am I? 1, 2, and a 1, and a 2. There we go. Okay. That's better. Alright. So yes, time to start the torment. I'm going to torment you guys with, torment. I just gotta find one quick message. Alright. And then set this thing to... Yep. Actually... do that for now. Okay. Yay! Like I said, I apologize. I'm a little behind, but oh well. Okay. So... as you might have noticed on the headings and stuff, yes, Torment is the first set, as far as I remember anyway, that really, well, I shouldn't say it's the first set, but like, because really Antiquities was the first set to really prominently feature artifacts, because it was so heavily based on artifacts. But this, they were still trying to figure out what on earth their game was trying to do. So I think I think anything that was like before Revive might be considered just plain experimentation. By the time Torment rolled around, they knew what the game was doing. Whoops. They knew what the game was doing, they knew what they were trying to do, etc. I'm going to go back to that. That looks better. It fills the screen better. Torment was the first time that they really took a part of the game and really said, we're going to emphasize that. Now, in Torment, what they did was, let's just do this real quick. This would be the easiest way to do it. So 143 cards, right? White, blue, black starts here. Black's first card is card number 50. So subtract 49. So 50 minus 49 is 1. So this is the first black card. So subtract 49. Fast forward all the way down here to 89. That means there's 40 black cards. Compare that to the other colors. And we're going to, I'm going to assume the ratios are the same for, multicolored and everything else. White starts at 1, goes to 21. Okay. Blue starts at 22 and goes to 49. So 21, 28, 21, 28, 40. 28 for red. 21 for green again. Oh, look. And then after that, they only had lands. So 21, 28, 40, 28, 21. And then 5 lands. And all the lands only produced either of the two colors if you had a swamp in play. So out of a 143 card set, 143 minus 5. Well, actually, you could count the 5 lands as being put towards black as well, because they all needed swamps to be able to play. So 21, 28 would be 45. So 49 and 49. So, and then 45. Pardon me. So, your cards that required black, and notice that scrolling through this, there are no cards that are multicolored or artifact. They go monocolored and land. I think for black we're going to end up going with more than my typical. But that also means that you had more black cards if you count the lands in there. Pardon me. You have more black cards than white and green combined. Because be 45, I guess you could say 44 here for white and green. Because 21, 21. And then the 2 tainted lands. Almost as many as white and blue combined. Almost as many as red and green combined. And still like half again as much as blue or red. So it really emphasized the color black. And I'm sure there's storyline reasons for that. And then the following set they would emphasize white and green, which, again, if you look at the back of the Magic card, you find where black is, which is down here, and the two that are opposite it, I don't know how well you can see that. Whoops. The two that are opposite are white and green. Well, what that means is that if you emphasize the white and green to the same extent, or to a similar extent, then you can get everything to balance out. Basically, if you figure that, let's see here, Odyssey was, I think, 310 cards. Torment and Judgment would be like, let's just pull up a calculator real quick. I don't remember exactly, but let's say 310 plus 143 plus 143 equals 596. Now, some number of that is going to be lands, some number is going to be artifact. Okay. So we'll take off like 100. We'll take off 101. It's 495. Divide those amongst the five colors is 99. That means you're going to have 99 white cards, blue cards, black cards, assuming you want them all to balance in each set. A set that's got 310 cards, okay, 310 divided by 140, whoops, excuse you. All right, fine, 143 equals 2.167. So 2 and a sixth. So 13 sixths. So, I wonder. 99 times 6 divided by 13. You don't want to listen now. So you should have 46 cards of each color in the main set. So 46, 99 minus 46 leaves 53. If you have 40 cards that are black in your second set, then you're going to have 13 black cards in the following set. You see where that happens? Because you want everything to balance out. And if we do eventually go to Judgment, and I'll just pop there real quickly. I think it's Judd. Whoops. That's the wrong one. Judgment. Again, 143 cards. White gets a lot. White gets 33. Blue gets 27, which is about the same as it already had. But that puts us at 60. Black gets 16 here. So 76. Red gets... Wait, red get... Did I miss math there? Sorry, white got 33... Yeah, 33, 27, 16. 27 would be 113. No, 27 would be 103, which brings us to 103 here. Green gets another 33. All the multicolored cards are green-white. And all your lands care about green and white. This fetches forests and plains. This, when you hit threshold, become a white-green creature land. This, if it's in your graveyard, lets your lands tap for white or green. So, but if you add the numbers together, they will, they will even out. Anyway. Torment, starting at the bottom, starting with white. The lands are going to be really simple. They're all playable. If you're playing with Urborg, Tomb of Yawgmoth, they're all really good. Well, they're all good enough. We'll put it that way. Tarot's Vanguard. I am curious, when did they actually introduce the keyword flash? Okay. So it first existed as an actual keyword in Time Spiral. Okay. So it'd still be a few more years before we actually saw the word flash on a card. But, a 2/3 with flash for 4 mana, it's not bad in and of itself. It's nowadays would be 3 mana. But you didn't play this because it was a 2/3 with flash. You waited till you had at least enough cards in your graveyard, and then this would kick in. And notice the fact that originally threshold was like threshold in and of itself had meaning. Threshold, you had threshold if you had 7 or more cards in your graveyard. Now it's just like, it's almost like a flavor descriptor. It just, if you have anything that's got threshold, it says like, search for a card that has threshold or something like that. But now threshold in and of itself doesn't mean anything. It's been demoted to just like a descriptor or something. And now they spell out, as long as there's 7 more cards in your graveyard, this creature has whatever it did. Back in the day, it was no. if you know if you have threshold, if you have 7 or more cards, this turns on. It used to actually be a thing itself. It's like it got demoted from what are they like from a keyword to I can't remember what they did the same thing. No, they didn't do the same thing with domain because domain never officially was a thing uh when they started working with it. Like it was a term you'd hear in like R&D type stuff, but the player base. Anyway, but yeah, um, you have 7 or more cards in your graveyard. This you go, I cast it. It's a 2/3 with it has flash. I cast it. Comes into play. All my stuff has got protection from black till end of turn, which is really why you want to play it at all. And so it's a creature with a come and play trigger. And I don't believe, apart from effects like. I don't think Stifle existed yet. I don't remember, but I don't think Stifle existed yet. I think it would be Scourge. Stifle wouldn't exist for about another year and a half almost. Anyway, um, if you're looking for a creature with a come into play ability to protect your stuff, this could actually end up being on your list of, options to consider. Taro's Faithful. If you're looking to gain a decent amount of life in one shot, you know, um, sort by color. And I do not get why my connection to this, although it might also have to do with the fact that, now that Edge of Eternities is around the corner. There we go. So, if you want to gain 4 life, specifically 4, you get a 2/1 unblockable that comes into play dead. Unless you also spend blue to cast it. You get a 3/2 flyer for 5. You get a 3/2. Yeah. Inspiring Cleric is a lot better than Dawning Angel because you're spending an extra 2 mana just to give it flying. Jedit's Dragoons, 2/5 Vigilance for 6. Probably only that much because they made it cost only a single white. Lone Missionary is basically your starting point. Loxodon Restorer is actually really good because while it's 6 mana for 3/4, it's 6 mana with Convoke, which means you can tap creatures to pay less mana. Shoe Soldier Farmers. It's a 2/4 for 5. Tarot's Faithful is a 1/4 for 4. Sky Streamer 3/2 with assist. A 3/2 flying with assist, which means another player can help you pay for the colorless part of the cost. Spiritual Guardian 3/4 for 5. Staunch Defenders 3/4 for 5. Like, if you're looking to gain specifically exactly 4 life, you have options, and it would probably be like out of 11 cards, might be like your 5th best option sort of thing. It's very middling. Yeah, everything else is, unsurprisingly, is black, green, or green, white. Interestingly enough, none of them are, and like Centaur Peacemaker, 3 mana for 3/3 comes into play. Each player gains 3. This is why Loxodon Hierarch, when it came out, was such a big deal. Also, Obstinate Baloth, when it came out, was a big deal. Anyway, but yeah, Tarot's Faithful. It's fine. The thing is, if again, the question of, is it more important for your deck to gain a bunch of life at once, or have a bunch of instances of gaining life? If you're looking to gain a bunch of life at once, you really want this thing, which will come out next set, so we'll talk about more at that point. But at one point in Legacy and Vintage, this was a big deal for a reanimation target back when burn was like a big deal. You're playing a dredge deck, you reanimate this thing, it's a giant blocker, and you gain 30, 40 life, and burn decks just struggle. Burn decks do okay when you've got 20, 25 life. They might start struggling when you hit 30. When you suddenly gain an additional 20 or 30 or 40 life, because it's based on each card in your graveyard, not each creature card or anything. It's a 4/4 first strike. You want one giant, let's gain a bunch of life? Here, let's gain a bunch of life. You're probably paying 2 mana for the giant chunk of gain life. We'll talk about that more next week. But yeah, Tarot's Faithful, If you're looking to gain life at that cost, you can probably do better even as it comes into playability. Aven Trooper. I find this to be a weird card. I'm not saying a bad card, I'm saying it's a weird card. So it's 4 mana for 1/1 flyer, which at that point I think we were just finally starting to hit Suntail Hawk as fair and legit. This is going to bother me. What are you? Oh, that. Okay. Sorry, I kept seeing the icon up here for hey, look, something's been downloaded, and that blue was driving me nuts because it's almost never. Well, that's because it was the image I downloaded earlier. Okay, fine, whatever. Anyway, Aven Trooper, we were just hitting 1 mana for a 1/1 flyer, being considered fair again. Because take a look. This came out in 2002. The game came out in 93. By about 95 or so, they figured that 1 mana for a 1/1 flyer was a bit on the strong side. Even for colors that got white, that got um, cheap flyers as a thing they were known for, they felt it was a bit much. So we were going like 7 years, at least 5 years for sure. With a spat of like, you could get cheap flyers, but they wouldn't be 1/1 for 1. Now you take a look and go, even red should have a 1/1 for 1 nowadays. You know. But you're paying 4 mana for a 1/1 flyer with an activated ability that costs 3. And discard a card. Like this is a really strong, this is a lot to ask for a card. I could see paying 2 mana at this point for this. For 4 mana, this should have been at least a 2/2. I could wrap my brain around this being a 2/2 flyer for 4 mana. But for a 1/1, no. Severely overcosted. Hey, Holly. Now, its activated ability makes more sense than the rest of the card. Because you don't get something that pumps power and toughness at the same time very often at all in white. Generally speaking, at least at that point. Oh yeah, I was literally just saying that. Its starting point, if white gets an ability, at least at that point, that pumps any of its stats, realistically, it's something that pretty much just pumped toughness. This also pumped power at the same time, not at the same rate, but it did pump both. 3 mana and discarding a card, I can kind of wrap. Right, but Holly, think about it. Break that down. First of all, again, you're in Torment, you're in Odyssey block. You're going to have stuff, exactly. You're going to have stuff that's going to want cards being discarded. You're going to want stuff in the graveyard. You're going to want flashback and all that other jazz. So adding discard a card to the effect in that, like, during that time frame isn't as much of a drawback as at first. Like, if this was in, like, Ravnica City of Guilds, you would not see that discard a card. It wouldn't be a thing. So let's just assume that the discard a card based on that context is neutral. It's not a drawback. It's not a bonus. It works out even. Let's assume that. The one white mana symbol is usually going to be this creature gets +0/+1 till end of turn. Realistically speaking, cards of that era, it's going to get +0/+1. That means the other 2 mana in the activation cost is going to give an additional +1/+1. It could also be the other way around. regardless of which way you make it. 3 mana to give a creature +1/+2 at that point, especially on a common, is pretty good. The biggest thing that's holding it down from being able to be, in my opinion, being a playable card is it's a 4 mana 1/1 flyer. If you made it a 2/2 flyer, this would have actually been playable. It wouldn't have been good, would have been playable. This card at most should have been maybe I could see making it 1 white +2 to cast. More realistically, 1 and 1. I might have seen 1 and 2. I might have, but for 4 mana for a 1/1 flyer, bad. This, I like any deck I can think of that might want a card like this is held back by the fact that it's a 4 mana 1/1 flyer. This part here, this activate ability, I can get my brain around that. I can deal with this. Reborn Hero. This might be, yeah, it's a 3 mana 2/2 vigilance, which isn't horrible. This just might be, I don't remember for sure. This might be the first white creature that can reanimate itself. Once you hit threshold, oh look, it died. I pay 2 white and bring it back into play. You have to pay that white at the time it dies. Like, it dies, triggered ability goes on the stack. Yeah. Doesn't it go back to hand? Return. Oh no, it goes back to play. Okay. What's the one I'm thinking of then? Oh, am I mixing it up with like that Phoenix thing from I want to say Legends. You know what? That would make for an interesting deck idea. No. Clergy of the Holy Nimbus regenerates if somebody doesn't pay the cost. It's the same ability that neither the Holy Nimbus has. No, yeah, this thing. This is what I was mixing it up with. I thought it had this ability. If it... Yeah. But I think there's a... I want to say they did a white version of this. Maybe time shifted? Or, no. Block. Might have been planar chaos. Weird. I know the card. Yeah. We'll have to figure it out. We'll have to figure it out later. But anyway. Um. No, but a set of, or sorry, a deck based around white self reanimation would be interesting. You know, cards like that and um, ivory, ivory gargoyle and stuff of that nature, because that's normally the sort of thing that you see in black. And then white actually does have a reasonable amount of just out and out reanimation, not just, you know, um, reanimate something with a certain mana value, reanimate cheap creatures or whatever, just, um, you know, resurrection itself, for example, originally printed all the way back in alpha. That looks cool. But yeah, mono white reanimation would be hilarious. Sorry, resurrection. Uh yeah, so there's a deck concept for you. Militant Monk. Militant Monk was actually pretty cool. It was 3 mana for a 2/1 with Vigilance. And a tap ability, which gave you a reason for it to actually have Vigilance. You could attack with it, and then well, it's a 2/2 Vigilance for 3, but it's not, because that 1 damage can be prevented elsewhere, because it says any target. Back in the day, it was target creature or player, because planeswalkers in battles didn't exist yet. If you care about damage prevention, like this is 1 white more than Samite Healer for an extra point of power and Vigilance. This, if you're at all considering a deck based around damage prevention, Militant Monk, like, don't sleep on the monk. He might wake up cranky and you won't like it. Spirit Flare. Every color in this set had a card that was like, I think they were all 4 mana, but they all had a flashback cost of 1 mana of the appropriate color plus 1 other, so 2 mana, one of which had to be the card's relevant color, plus paying 3 life. Tap target untapped creature you control. If you do, it deals damage equal to its power to target attacking or blocking creature an opponent controls. Now, we've got much better cards for this kind of effect these days. In fact, the baseline, I would say these days, for what you really want for an effect like this, would be an effect along the lines of Thraben Charm. 2 mana, damage equal to twice the number of creatures you control its target creature. You're often going to have, by the time you actually cast this, let's say at least 3 creatures. So this is going to deal 6 damage to target creature. It's almost like a precursor double strike from a defensive angle. Block, then cast this and deal an additional. Yeah. I will point out, though, the interesting thing about Spirit Flare Spirit Flare isn't what's dealing the damage from a rules perspective. The creature is. So, if your opponent's playing with protection from white, as an example, you can play Spirit Flare, tap a green creature you control, and go, hey, by the way, thunk. If you do it, the untapped, the creature that you just tapped is dealing the damage. That also means that things like, because it's the creature dealing damage, Infect, Wither, um, uh, Death Touch, Lifelink, anything that kicks in on damage being dealt will kick in here as well. Is it the creature has this ability? Then you get the benefit of the creature having that ability. Enjoy. So, yeah, Spirit Flare normally would not be considered a good card. But look at it in terms of it's the creature that's dealing the damage, not Spirit Flare. Honestly, where's my little mouse? There it is. Torment. Because it is a common. And in case you're wondering what I'm doing now, it's like, oh, yes, I have this list of decks that I'm this list that I'm tracking of, hey, I want cards that do a thing. Or, this does an interesting thing. I want to make sure I pin this card down. Spirit Flare is a common. One of the decks that I'm working on, Boop, is a white-green commons only poison deck. And that could be, anything that has toxic or infect or some way of giving poison counters to an opponent. Ways to pump my my poison granters. They all, I've got 11 auras. Okay, so let's give some synergy to that. Removal. I just might turn around and replace one of these slots with, whatchamacallit, I just might replace one of these slots with Spirit Flare. These are to give my stuff, these are to, because some of this stuff here, when it dies, you get a, like crawling cores, for example, when it dies, you get a token, and there's a handful of other cards that do stuff like that. So that's what these are for. And then more counters. Oh, look. You've been poisoned. Let's give you some more poison. This is also stuff that this is also ramp that deals with counters. So, well, since I've got 8 cards that will give me more counters, I can put more counters on here. Anyway, TLDR. This deck is based around poisoning out my opponents. And Spirit Flare is going to work really fun in a deck like that. Especially if I'm dealing with stuff that has Infect. Oh. Yeah, and Holly, what you were saying about, block then cast this and deal an additional X damage to that same block creature. It doesn't have to be to the same block creature. You're attacking me with two creatures. I block this one, and I deal damage to that one. Oh yeah, Hypochondria. I remember this cycle. These were all 2-mana enchantments that you could, like, pay 1 mana 3 appropriate color and discard a card. Or pay 1 mana of the appropriate color and sacrifice the enchantment to get the same, like, either one could get you the same effect. And in fact, the sacrifice also, like the discard and the sacrifice, both feed into the same idea of putting more cards in your graveyard. Hypochondria dealt 3 damage. Compulsion, I want to say, was either drawing a card or looting. Compulsion, I know, saw a lot of play. I don't remember the other ones. We'll get to them. We'll get to them when we get to them. But yeah, if you're looking for damage prevention on an enchantment, Hypochondria is actually pretty good, especially if you are looking to like toss cards into your graveyard for a. You want a reason to get cards into your graveyard? Okay. And again, this is preventing 3 damage, which is quite a bit to any target. Do you want to prevent damage? Hypochondria is actually pretty good. Morning Tide. One of the earliest cards that had the name that had one of the earliest cards that shared a name with a set, but the set would not come out for many, many years. I think the earliest one I remember having sharing the name, yeah, Visions, I think, was the first one I remember. Yeah, we start. But the thing is, Morning Tide as a set would not come out for, what, another 5 years or so. Yep. Visions, Prophecy, Apocalypse. But yeah, exiling all cards, basically exile all graveyards for 2 mana. It's a sorcery. But exiling all graveyards, if you don't want it to be a permanent to do it, because let's be honest, usually when people are playing effects like this, you're looking at a permanent. You're looking at a Tormod's Crypt, or for Commander decks, I generally prefer Tormod's Crypt Keeper because it's the same thing. It's a little more expensive, but it does more. Uh, That's gonna get stuck there, isn't it? Anyway, um, but yeah, if you want something that is not a permanent to do it, because the other thing about Morning Tide is it's a 2 mana sorcery. That means you can put it on, say, Panoptic Mirror, and just do it turn after turn after turn. If you like, how badly do you need to keep graveyards empty? Although I'm sure there's probably a charm or something like that you can use for something like that instead. But I mean, it's still an okay enough card. I just think that 2 mana sorcery, like especially these days, 2 mana sorcery might be a bit much. But in the context of when it was printed, this was kind of like, I'd say about half as strong as Wrath of God. That feels about right because it would remove Threshold. It would get rid of anything that had flashback. You know, a lot of and it was a cheap effect too. So if somebody had like a bunch of cards stockpiled in their graveyard, and you're like, no. Nowadays, you're looking at if somebody's got a bunch of cards in their graveyard and they actually want them there, then you're looking at some kind of reanimation shenanigans. But yeah, it's okay, but it'd probably be an instant nowadays. Angel of Retribution. I actually kind of like this card. 7 mana for 5/5 flying first strike that only requires as. I mean, yes, you can make all sorts of comparisons to other cards. But don't forget, this only requires a single white pip to cast it. And it's your typical comparisons are going to be things that have like instead of realistically they're going to be like flying and vigilance. You're going to want to compare to Sarah Angel first, but that's flying and vigilance. And 2 white plus 3, which would probably work out to about 1 white plus 4. 1 white plus 5 would probably be about, a 5/5 Sarah. You're paying an extra mana on top of that, but switching over from Vigilance, which is good on offense and defense, so you can do both, to First Strike, which is only good at one, but it's going to, like, this is going to kill a lot of things and survive. Yeah. I think it's still a good enough card to be playable. What was it? Was it Valor that gave Vigilance? No, Valor gave. Glory gave protection colors. Again, I'm looking at stuff that's in Judgment. Glory. Valor. Valor gave first strike. Okay. I think depending on the kind of deck that I'm trying to build, I would still play this. Flying in first strike, because that's also a combination that will kill a lot of dragons. Dragons rarely actually have first strike. Mystic Familiar. And I'm sure Holly is going to turn around and go, hey, but this one does. Because, to be fair, I think I do the same thing to her. It's a thing we do. Mystic Familiar. 1/2 flyer for 2 mana, which at that point was not actually, like, it's better than it came across. But as soon as you hit 7 cards in your graveyard, it turned into a 2/3 flyer with Pro Black for 2 mana at common. If you are looking to have a reasonable number of cards in your graveyard in a reasonable amount of time, yeah. Oh man. If I took my mono white commons deck and did it less based on creatures with come into play abilities and more on token generating spells, this could go in as like a random, hey, I'm a decent sized creature. But that's a completely different deck. But I like this. Like, people shat on Stormcrow for all sorts of things, and this is basically a white Stormcrow. She even has the bird type. That gets a kicker. But Stormcrow, for as much as people derided on it, I think at that point it was actually a fair, a fair card once Wizards had come to the decision that maybe 1 mana for a 1/1 flyer might have been a bit on the strong side. And so, yeah, I am fine with this. If I'm playing Bird Tribal, especially if I'm playing a cheap Bird Tribal deck, like there's a reason why this is an 11-cent common. When commons are quite commonly, no pun intended, 2 or 3 cents. This is actually relatively expensive for a common. Strength of Isolation. Oh yes, speaking of madness, this isn't madness. Strength of Isolation, and I forget what the black analog was called. You start off with Holy Strength and Unholy Strength, which would be 1 white or 1 black for Unholy. And Holy Strength gave enchant creature +1/+2, and Unholy Strength gave enchant creature +2/+1. So they were the same, but they were the opposite. They're basically +1.5, +1.5. You round up for one and down for the other, etc. And and which way you round it, one was Holy Strength, the other was Unholy Strength. And what this basically was the same card, but the white one gave protection from black, and the black one gave protection from white. So you're paying an extra mana because you're giving an additional ability. But if you can discard to it, if you can discard it and cast it for its madness cost, you save a mana, and you're cool. I just cast. I'm paying for in this case, Holy Strength, and getting Pro Black for free. And all I have to do is find a way to discard it. This is why cards like, um, Avon Trooper. This is why I was suggesting the idea that the discard might be neutral was because of cards like Strength of Isolation. You don't look at cards just in isolation. Um, yeah, it was actually pretty decent. I would probably still play this now, especially if I'm playing with ways to discard it. Um, and the black one is going to have more ways to discard. Huh. Oh yes. Next one, Stern Judge. Um, do not forget, and I'll mention this often. Do not forget that Urborg Tomb of Yawgmoth can be played in decks that are not black, and similarly, Yavimaya Cradle of Growth can be played in decks that are not green because of the way color identity works. It cares about basically mana symbols in the cost, in the rules text box, and any symbols that it might have here over on the left for color identity. And it looks at, if it's got a front and a back, it looks at both halves of the card. Yavimaya and Urborg are lands, so they don't have a mana cost. They use the word swamp or forest, so therefore there's no mana symbol in the text box. They're lands. Lands don't have a color by default, even though certain versions of the card may suggest. Like, this might suggest that it's a white card. This just means it produces white mana. It's not actually a white card. And people very often make that mistake. So, yeah. You want to go and, like, especially if you want to penalize your green, let's get a bunch of extra land out ramp player. Play Urborg Tomb of Yawgmoth, and then drop Stern Judge, and wait, you're hitting me for how much? How many? I don't know. How many lands have you got? 12? Okay, so take 12. I've only got 6 lands in play. I take 6. You take 12. That seems fair. But I have too many lands out. It's a legal way in a mono white deck to punish people that are being, too greedy with how many lands they've got. All right, how many cards were there? 20. I think most of the rest of these are going to be fairly straightforward. Oh yeah. Floating Shield basically is an aura that gives protection from a color to a creature, and you can sack the aura to either target the creature it was on or target a different creature to get that same color protection. Vengeful Dreams. Great way to discard a bunch of cards at once. Oh, you're attacking with like 6 creatures? Okay, I'll pay 2 white. I'll discard 4 cards. Exile those 4. Okay, now I'll block these 2. Wait, what? Yeah. Really, really strong card. Like, incredibly strong card. And, like, the entire cycle of dreams all had additional cost, discarding X cards. But I think they all had a fixed cost. So the X here would be, reflected down here. And the relevant part to keep in mind is you choose targets before you pay costs. If you can keep that in mind, that will make things a lot easier. Why is that message still up? That should be gone by now. Give me a sec here. Now, is that going to actually make that message go away? I don't think it does. That's annoying AF. Anyway. But yeah, so you choose targets and then you pay costs. And this is why, because the number of things you want to hit is going to affect how many cards you're discarding. Really solid. Major Tarot sees a fair amount of play. Well, at least historically did. For, as a commander, it's still fine. Being able to just sacrifice Major Tarot, and, especially if you got something really annoying. Although, in this case, it might be air control to Major Tarot. Yeah, black being a color that is highly commonly played in Commander. This will probably eat half the board with a single sacrifice. That will do a lot. Oh yeah. Equal treatment. The hilarious thing about equal treatment is, first things first, it's a 2 mana instant that says draw a card. So throw this on Icecrown Scepter and have fun. Number 2, if a source would deal 1 or more damage to a permanent or player this turn, it deals 2 damage instead. So 1 or more. Play with a bunch of stuff that deals 1 damage at a time. Prodigal Sorcerer. Pestilence. Anything like that. Some of your Planeswalkers, some of your Chandra variants deal 1 damage, etc. Whatchamacallit, your deserts from Thunder Junction. your dual lands that come into play tapped, and when they come into play, deal a damage to deal damage to target player is going to do too. So you play a deck based around things that like ping for 1 damage here and there, and then you run equal treatment, and suddenly they're dealing twice as much damage, which sounds kind of bad. But again, don't forget, you get to play with cards like Pestilence and Pestilence Demon. Oh yeah, have fun with that one. That's a freebie for you. And you can do that in almost any color scheme. I think green is going to have the biggest issue. But even so, green does have some cards that can deal like 1 damage at a time. So, yeah, enjoy that. The worst it is the 2 mana card that says draw a card. Pay no heed. Prevent all damage or source of your choice would deal this turn. Do you know how you piss off somebody that's playing with like chain reaction or any of, the big red damage based board wipe effects? Starve Extinction costs like 7 mana or whatever. Cool. I'll kill that land and I'll blow up the entire board. How about you just kill the land? Prevent all damage a source of your choice would deal this turn. Oh. Where's that list? Frickin' Crypt Rat sees a fair amount of play in Pauper. How to turn around and tell somebody, yeah, you're not wiping the board. You spent how much mana? Yeah, it's not going to work. Frantic Purification. I'm less enthused by this because normally what you want for something like this is a card like Erase. Or, Demystify already exists. Honestly, over this, I would rather have just straight up plain old Disenchant. Because even for Madness, okay, well, 1 extra over the Madness cost, and I can blow up an enchantment or artifact, and it's a cheap enough effect as is. Paying slightly more for more flexibility in it. I'll skip Transcendence for a moment. Cleansing Meditation. Destroy all enchantments. So this might have been the first white version of Tranquility. I don't remember for sure. Holly might remember better than I do. It's the first one I remember seeing. But then Threshold, you get to do that. And then any enchantments that hit the bin because of this get to jump back into play. Yeah, if you want a Tranquility effect that is going to hurt you a lot less than it's going to hurt your opponents, Cleansing Meditation. Yeah, there's a reason why that is, probably why that's listed as the most commonly played white card from Torment. Transcendence. Transcendence is weird. 3 white plus 3. This is going to be part of a combo deck. You have to figure out how to make the rest of it work. But this is going to be a combo deck. You don't lose the game for having 0 or less life. Actually, I would like to see Transcendence and then like Platinum Empyrean, which probably goes in the deck anyway. 8 mana, 8/8 artifact creature, your life total can't change. So 3 white, 3 other enchantment. You don't lose the game for having 0 or less life. When you have 20 or more life, you lose the game, so you do not drop this ASAP. Whenever you lose life, you gain 2 life for each 1 life you lost. Your other way of, another way to handle this is adding something like black or red, or both, and effects that say players can't gain life. Transcendence in combination with something like that would just be insane, because your life total would keep going down. Okay, and you cannot play Transcendence on its own and expect to thrive. This is a combo piece in combination with other effects. You need to make sure you can find a way to prevent this life gain from happening. I think I may have muted that just in enough time. But yeah, Transcendence, hard to make work well on its own. Oh, actually, no. This is Torment. I can just do it this way. This one I'm just gonna go like blue and red. I'm just gonna go through. Sorry, blue and red. I'm just gonna go through the first 2 or 3 lines like I normally do. Black, I'm gonna go a little deeper because there's 40, so I may go through an extra row. Torment's gonna get a little more thorough of an answer. But there's also no artifacts and no multicolored cards. Polishing Collaborator. 4 mana for a 2/2 flyer. See, again, this is an okay starting point. Paying black, giving it +1/+1 till end of turn. Play a mono blue deck with a blue black general. You can play it as mono blue and run Urborg, Tomb of Yawmoth, and a couple other things, some kind of tutor effect, whatever. But basically, play it as mono blue with a black splash. Polishing Collaborator, yeah. You've got your shade ability here. Coronet. Coronet, I think I was actually considering for the thumbnail for this, but it wasn't popular enough on my list. Not necessarily a drawback. Feel free to throw this on one of your own creatures, depending on what your deck needs. So, 1 blue, enchant green or white creature. That creature now has an upkeep cost of of discarding a card. But again, if you're looking to discard cards, this gives you a discard outlet onto something that doesn't normally have it. So you're basically playing. It's a 1 blue enchantment that gives you an like. There's better ways to do this. This is more commonly seen as, well, if you want to keep your guy around, you have to keep it fed. But you can use this on your own side. However, there's generally going to be better cards for that. What you might want to look into for an effect like that is something along the lines of Merfolk Looter, which has existed since, what, Mirage Block, I think, originally? No, Exodus. Tempest Stronghold. Yeah, so they'll block after. You want cards going into your graveyard? Yeah. Hilariously, this thing managed to stick around in Standard for quite a while, and it only broke up realistically. Like, if it wasn't Merfolk Looter itself, it was another card that had a similar effect. It stayed in Standard for a long time. Anyway, Coronet. Liquefy. Um, Liquefy, I think might actually be in my Tulane list. No. I know it was being considered for it. Oh no, wait. These exile the spell. I'm misreading that. So it might be in here anyway. Bouncing, no. Cantripping. You didn't cantrip, did you? No, you didn't. No, it would have been counter plus, I think. No? I don't think I... Countering creatures on the turn. No, okay. It's not in there. But I know it was the kind of card that I was considering, because it could exile a spell. It would only exile a cheap spell, mana value 3 or less. But that's still a lot of cards. And it exiles it instead of putting it in the owner's graveyard. The problem is, I think Dismiss? Was it Dismiss? No, Dissipate. For a slightly more difficult cost, 2 blue plus 1 instead of 1 blue plus 2. You got to counter any spell. But if you're looking at a counter spell that will exile the spell, liquefy, dissipate, stuff of that nature, decent starting point. You might want to start with some of that stuff on Tulane. You might want to start off with this stuff instead. Stuff that says exile target spell, etc. instead. But if you've gone through those and you still want more, liquefy, dissipate, perfectly serviceable. And like I said, because the thing about Commander is a lot of players want to play I want this ability, but I want the most efficient form of this ability, which is not necessarily a wrong way to build your deck. You know, don't get me wrong, it's not necessarily the wrong way to build it. Um, but as a result, people tend to play with a lot of, depending on your group, 2, 3, 4 mana spells to do a thing rather than 5, 6, whatever. So people are more likely to play with cards like Wrath of God than Rout. So Rout, you know, being 5 base, does have a bonus of being able to be cast on somebody else's turn because it can be cast with Flash for an extra 2 mana. But that means a lot of spot removal, for example, tends to be really cheap. Liquefy can stop that. Churning Eddy. Oh man, Churning Eddy. Return target creature and target land to their owner's hands. So it's an extra mana over hitting um 2 creatures typically. But you get a creature and a land. The fun part is you can only generally play 1 land a turn. Oh yeah. Lands are also commonly a bit more difficult. It would be too strong if it was instant. It would really be too strong if it was an instant. Because think about it. You just played land for a turn. Start casting something else. In response, Churning Eddy, bouncing a creature, and the land they just played back to hand. Probably a good thing that it's a sorcery. But that being said, there's a lot of lands in Commander that do some pretty powerful things. You can also bounce your own, and sometimes that's a thing that you want. You know, if you've got bounce lands in your deck and you are having trouble finding them and you need to be able to bring a land back to your hand for whatever reason, a card like Churning Eddy will help. In a case like that, I would rather run Boomerang. But Churning Eddy, because of the way it's worded, it can target 2 different players. Bounce your creature and your land. Hell, bouncing back somebody's Urborg or Yavimaya. Oh man. If this person bounces my Yavimaya back to hand, then nobody is getting green mana apart from whatever lands they've already got in play that could already produce green mana until I replay Yavimaya. Who do you want to screw over with that? Bouncing a creature, fine, no big deal. Bouncing a land, kind of a big deal. Being able to hit 2 things at the same time, kind of nice. You have creature lands. You have Maze of Ith effects. You can force somebody to pop their strip waste, ghost quarter, demolition field, whatever effect now, instead of when they want to do it. Um, yeah, even being a sorcery, you have. I think this needs to see more play than it currently does. It's going to have, and people don't play with protection from blue. So yeah, you want to. I mean, there's being annoying and playing with an overload cyclonic craft, or you can be somewhat annoying and just I'm just gonna bounce those back. Haha, possessed Haven. The possessed cards were fun. Um, you know, you paid a reasonable price for the creature. 4 mana for a 3/3 flyer is reasonable. Once you hit threshold, it became a bigger threat. This became a 4/4 black creature, and pay 3 and tap it, destroy target blue creature. So a thresholded Haven could not kill another thresholded Haven, but one that did have threshold could kill the one that didn't. It does not say. Oh, yeah, because they've changed things. That's why. View on Gatherer. Do you not do the... Do you not do rulings anymore? What happened to rulings? Rulings and card discussion. No. That's annoying. But yeah. No, this was a big thing back when it was in standard because one of the big decks at that point was Psychotog. And this would be in the sideboard of a Psychotog deck because getting the threshold in Psychotog was fairly easy, as we discussed, how the ATOGs worked last week. And so having this be a 4/4 flyer that could tap and kill your opponent's Psychotog was kind of a big deal. You one tapped with this, and you had threshold. Your opponent had a lot of trouble keeping their Psychotog alive. And so you play yours and don't care. That being said, for a blue black creature that can just start eating other creatures, I mean, I can't think of a blue tribe that sees a lot of play in Commander. In other formats, yeah, like Merfolk, for example, easy. But nothing jumps to mind. Maybe illusions. Nothing jumps to mind as something that's specifically blue based. That being said, blue's got a lot of good playable creatures anyway. Oh yes, Cephalid Snitch. Ah, 2 mana for 1/1. Sack it to give to make a creature lose protection from black till end of turn. I want to see what happens if I try pulling this up. Yeah, I still don't see anything. I want to know why. Whoops. Control Shift T. Because it doesn't open up a new tab. Not as great a thing as it used to be, I don't think. Used to actually be a big deal when people were playing a lot more protection from green, protection from blue, like cards that natively had it. Hydromorph Gull. I don't remember if I was playing this in Tulane, but a card like this is always fun. You play this in a deck to protect something. Commonly, you play a card like this to protect your commander. And P.S. Because it's a 3/3, it's a reasonable sized creature. It's not big, but it's a reasonable sized creature. It can, it can swing for, it can help swing for damage every so often as well. Num 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 num. See you, Holly. But yeah, so 5 mana for a 3/3. Pay a blue and sack it to counter a target spell that targets a creature you control. An effect like this is always going to be useful. This is probably about where I want it to be in terms of like how much am I willing to spend on a creature that has this ability. 5 mana for a 3/3 feels about right. I think anything that's more expensive than that, like 6 mana for a 4/4 or 5/5 even, I probably am not looking at something big and protective in that context. At that point, I'm probably starting to look more along the lines of what's her face, Avacyn? Is it Avacyn, Angel of Hope? Yeah, Avacyn, Angel of Hope. Incidentally, this is cool. Don't care what you say. This version is cool. I want one. I actually traded for one at Montreal Comic Con, and if nobody buys it, I'm one to pick it up myself. Anyway, but yeah, anything more than this, I want something that is going to protect my stuff better than just sack it to counter a spell. But this is, to me, this is still acceptable. You want creatures in your deck to help. You're playing blue, and you want creatures in your deck to help keep your general alive or whatever else. Looking at cards like Hydromorph Gull. There's also the Spiketails, which I think counter spell unless its controller pays some amount of mana. Skywing Haven. 2/1 flyer for 3. Eh. You can discard as many cards of this as you want in response to itself. Kind of like the entire Chrono Savant thing that we mentioned a few weeks ago. with response to activating in response to itself, and then they start to resolve. But if you need a discard outlet and you just care about being able to discard cards, this is still fine. Um, Again, you're playing Bird Tribal. This might be a thing to look into, but I mean, I like Hydromorph Gull is probably a lot better. You play this in Bird Tribal if you're looking, maybe if you're looking for a discard outlet, but False Memories. False Memories is I would the primary reason for somebody to play False Memories in general would have been I need Threshold now. I will point out this goes to the graveyard. Um, you cast it, you mill 7, False Memories goes in the graveyard. At the end of turn, you can exile this and 6 other cards. Historically, you would want this to give your guys a boost on Threshold now. But there are cards that want you to oh yeah. By the way, you see how much room this takes up with its original wording? Mill 7 cards would now finish about halfway through the first line. At the end of turn, exile 7 cards from your graveyard. You would lose this line here and about another line here. You saved about a line and a half by finally keywording the word mill and changing remove from the game into exile. This would go on to like 2 lines nowadays. But yeah, there are cards that care about. So you might want this in a mill deck, and like in a self mill deck, like a Dredge style deck, anyway. And cards that you'd be exiling from your graveyard are obviously cards that you don't care about. So if you're playing a Dredge style deck, the lands in your graveyard don't matter, barring like a couple, realistically. Things like Dakmor Salvage, for example, will matter. But beyond that, whatever. So 2 mana, mill 7 is not bad. Oh no, I have to exile 7 at the end of turn? Okay, I will exile this, like 4 lands and a couple of and like 2 other random cards that don't really mean anything for the deck. There are cards that have certain abilities that kick in when somebody's got more cards in their graveyard, or less cards in the library. So effects like that. There are reasons to play False Memories. It depends on the deck. Some kind of self-mill deck is going to want at least to look into this. Can you mill more cards than 7 for 2 mana? Yes. But 7 is about what I would expect. Oh no, I have to exile a few? Sometimes it's again, the big reason to play this is because you need a sudden burst. I'm gonna turn this back this way. Oh no, I had that way for a reason. Okay, fine. I will slide over. Cephalid Aristocrat. There's a few cards that have this kind of ability. Whenever this creature becomes target of a spell or ability, mill 2. There's a few cards that have a similar ability in this set. You play this in a deck that wants to mill itself. Do you have a way to consistently target a thing? Yeah, let's go with this one. So next, 1 damage that will be dealt to this creature this turn is dealt to target creature you control instead. You pay this cost, which is 0. You target a creature. You sit there and wait for damage to be dealt. But you target the creature now. Well, you have an effect like that, and you can just mill your deck as much as you want. Hydromorph Guardian. Same idea as the Gull earlier. 2 less mana for you get a 2/2 instead of a 3/3 flyer. Counter target spell that targets a creature you control. Counter target spell that targets a creature you control. Now, the wording on these say 1 or more, but the idea is the same. That targets a creature. Are any of my tree creatures being targeted? Yes? Cool. Counter it. Again, I would rather play the Gull. I'd probably rather play the Gull over the Guardian, but I'd be okay running both. Cephalid Sage. This is one of those cards where, you know, hitting False Memories is not the worst idea first, because suddenly you get Instant Threshold. Then you cast this. Draw 3 cards, then discard 2. So, sure, I'm paying 6 mana for that, but now I'm also triggering anything else that cares about having more cards in my graveyard. I'm getting 3 more cards deeper into my deck. I'm adding 2 more cards to my graveyard. So, that's already 3 of the 7 cards I'm going to have to exile. The 2 that you discard plus the False Memories itself is going to be in your graveyard. Kind of a lot. But I mean, it's not useless. Less useful? Sure, but not useless. Oh yeah, Cephalid Illusionist is, I think that's the one that I was thinking of that people commonly played. Because you mill 3 and it's 2 mana. 2 mana for a 1/1. Black cards. Black cards, I think I'm going to do 4 rows. Waste Away. You really don't play this unless you're playing unless you need additional discard. But if you need additional discard, -5, you might as well be looking at stuff that destroys or exiles creatures at that point, which you can do for like half the cost here. You know. In fact, uh, you know, Bone Splitters, 1 mana. Additional cost, I think, sack a creature for that one. There we go. Bone Shards. 1 black. Additional cost, sack a creature or discard a card. Destroy target creature or planeswalker. Bitter Triumph. Additional cost, discard card or pay 3 life. Destroy target creature or planeswalker. You know, if you need a discard outlet, I mean, there's a reason why modern you play with cards like lava, not lava axe, no, lightning axe, because it's a discard. It's 1 mana to deal 5 damage to a creature. Additional cost, discard a card. Much, much better than this. Also an instant. Also costs 4 mana less. So, yeah, if you need an effect like this, start off with Bitter Triumph or Bone Shards. It's going to be rare that -5 is going to be relevant compared to just killing the thing. Soul Scourge. Again, if you can disappear this in response to its come into play ability on the stack, like, return it back to hand, then its leave play ability will trigger first. Nobody has lost 3 lives, so it can't give 3 life back to anyone. And then it's coming to play ability triggers and go, hey, by the way, burn you for 3. So, yeah. Soul Scourge. Anytime you see something that's got, like, 2 abilities like this, that all, when this enters, do a thing. When it leaves, do the opposite. Because it's 2 separate abilities, you can respond to one by having the other happen first, and sometimes that's a lot more powerful way to do it. Yeah. And that's a 3/2 flyer. I think having this come... Oh, man. If you have this in a deck that's got like a pandemonium effect, just keep burning somebody for 6 every turn. What? Yeah, I'm going to return this back to my hand in response to its trigger. And by the way, you take 6. Wait, what? Organ Grinder. It knows what makes you tick. It knows how to make the ticking stop. Yeah, yeah. I actually kind of liked this card back in the day. 3 mana for a 3/1, which, again, back then was fine because, 3 mana for a 2/2 with a relevant creature type at that point. Um, but 3 mana for a 2/2 in black was fine. This is 3/1, so basically the same thing. Tap and exile 3 cards from your graveyard to make someone lose 3 life. I was okay with that sort of like, burning out my opponent. It also costs no mana to activate. Sure, I ate stuff from my graveyard, but the stuff in my graveyard probably wasn't doing anything if I was playing with Organ Grinder. And I really didn't play a lot of Reanimator type stuff back then. I play it a lot more now, but not really a deck I really did anything with back then. Not saying I didn't like it, it just eh. I think it was the point where creatures that interested me, creatures I had an interest in, weren't the kind of cards that you reanimated. Like, you don't reanimate Sarah Angel. You just cast her normally. You don't reanimate Black Knight or White Knight. You just cast them normal. I wasn't, I didn't see any big splashy creatures that you'd actually want to reanimate. So, yeah. Um, so stuff ended up in the graveyard. It's like, okay, it's in the graveyard. Now I have a use for it. Carrion Worm. I like the smaller version of this guy better, but this is still entertaining, and this is how what you do here is you start attacking the person who can make annoying use of their graveyard. So 5 mana for 6/5, which seems undercosted, and that at that point was, but it had a drawback. Whenever it attacks or blocks, any player may exile 3 cards from their graveyard. If someone does, this assigns no combat damage this turn. Well, go based on the assumption of a person putting 1 card into their graveyard every turn. Exiling 3 cards means that this will not deal damage 1 out of every 3 turns. So you're hitting 2/3 of the time. So this is like a 5 mana 4/5. Okay. I mean, that's a 5 mana 4/5 at that point was still fine. If you can generally convince the table that, not to pay for stuff for other people, if you can generally convince the table to play in that manner, then attacking somebody that's got some really annoying graveyard shenanigans going on, you can get away with that and start slowing down their graveyard shenanigans. And again, 3 cards in a graveyard. Like, that might be taking a turn off for somebody. But, Cabal Surgeon. Clerics give up when their patients die. Can I help it if I'm more compassionate? I wanted this card to be better. This is bad. You're paying 4 mana for a 2/1. 4 mana, tap it, and exile 2 cards from your graveyard to bring a creature back from your graveyard back to your hand. Around this time in the previous set, we had Gravedigger, and that was a reprint, which was 1 black plus 3 for 2/2, so easier cost, slightly bigger. When it came into play, you brought a creature from a graveyard back to your hand. Sure, you could do this regularly, but you're paying 4 mana, tapping it, and exiling 2 cards from your graveyard, which reduces the number of options of stuff that you can get back. Yeah. In the meantime, we had, what? Undertaker? 1 black, 1 other for a 1/1. Pay a black, tap, and discard a card. Return target creature card from your graveyard to your hand. Return target creature card from your graveyard to your hand. 1 black, tap, and discard a card. 4 mana, tap, and exile 2 cards from your graveyard. Guess which I would play. Cabal Surgeon. Again, even if you can reduce the mana, even if you can reduce the activation cost by 2, double black, tap, and exiling 2. Okay, maybe, but no. Oh, Mortophobia. Mortophobia was the black one. Okay. So 2 black plus 1. The same cycle as Hypochondria and Compulsion. The black one was Mortophobia. Pay 2 and discard a card. Exile target card from a graveyard. Pay 2 and sack it. Exile 2 from a graveyard. Realistically, if you're looking at graveyard removal, you generally want, like, Withered Wretch would be a better option, although that wouldn't exist for a couple more years, or another year and a half, I think. But even before then, you had other stuff. I think even was it Ragman? Yeah. No, not Ragman. I cannot remember what you're called. No, not Grave Robbers. Am I misremembering? 1999? There was something. Carrion Beetles. Exile up to 3 target cards from a single graveyard. Much better card. You only eat artifacts. Yeah, Carrion Beetles is what you would want for an effect like that. Even if you're playing with, like, ancient stuff. Again, though, you have to choose targets before you pay costs. So you cannot target the card that you're discarding. Has to be something that's already in the graveyard. You can also not, this is also not in your graveyard by the time you go to exile it from its own ability, so you cannot do that. It's still fine at that era, but give me the Beatles first. Crippling Fatigue. This is the black part of it. 3 mana, so 2 black plus 1. Target creature gets -2/-2 till end of turn, which is fine. But it's, again, flashback, 1 black plus 1, pay 3 life. I am more comfortable paying this with its flashback cost. I'm okay. The problem with Crippling Fatigue on its, its front side, i.e. casting it normally, is that for that cost, you're looking at Infest. All creatures get -2/-2 till end of turn. And for 3 mana, nowadays you're looking at Murder. At that point, I think Dark Banishing. Yeah, Dark Banishing was still around. Which was 1 black plus 2, destroy target non-black creature, can't be regenerated. This could at least hit black creatures. It was, back at that point, if you were playing against a black deck, you wanted something more than just black because your best removal did not work well against your own color. Grave Gouger. Grave Gouger. When it enters, exile up to 2 cards from a single graveyard. When it leaves, return them. Again, bounce this in response to its own ability, or flicker it, or whatever. The cards will try to return, but nothing has been exiled, so yeah. This is actually decent graveyard removal if you're playing it that way. You flicker it in response to its come into play ability, and the cards are gone for good. Grotesque Hybrid. Oh yeah. 5 mana for a 3/3, which sounds meh. Whenever it deals combat damage to a creature, destroy that creature. It can't be regenerated. Basically, Proto Death Touch. Except it only affected. It was only combat damage. But this is when we started really getting cards that cared about combat damage versus any damage. Prior to about this era, a lot of cards just simply said whenever they dealt damage. But then you can discard a card to give it protection from green and white till end of turn. Now imagine this with an Chroma's Memorial in play. Yes, again, a card I'm going to keep coming back to because it has got, in this case, and to be fair, in a lot of cases, the specific ability that I care about is protection from, in this case, black and red. You run this, discard a card, it's now got protection from green and white, which means the only thing that can hit it is blue or colorless. Devoid does technically count under colorless. But yeah, this has got a lot going on. There's a reason why. I mean, yeah, we're looking at Grotesque Hybrid. There's 40 cards. But, the 9th worst card in the set is still pretty good. Notice it's only got the creature type as zombie, though. If you take a look at it, It's like, it's a hybrid. It's an amalgamation of a few things. So, what was it before? I don't know. But it's not anything recognizable as a single thing anymore. Yeah. But, yeah, I think you're paying like one more. Well, no. No, I think this feels about right. And you want a discard outlet? You want to be able to protect. Okay, path to exile? No. Wait. Unhinge. Um, Unhinge is okay. I would much prefer the grotesque hybrid over Unhinge. Unhinge is okay. It kind of tries to be mind rot from a different angle. Um, Rather than make them discard two cards, which puts them down two, they go down one, but you go up one, which is still a difference of two cards. Except the difference is you've also spent this card to do it. So you're going to you're making them lose one card, and you're going to even. Yeah. I blame dealing with Yu-Gi-Oh players for thinking of it in that they're not wrong. It's just not how people commonly think of, because people don't normally think of, but I also spent a card to do this thing. Lightning Bolt is not just one red to cast, it's one red plus the Lightning Bolt. Ancestral Recall, powerful card, only puts you up plus two cards, not plus three, because you're spending the Ancestral Recall. Conversely, Pot of Greed in Yu-Gi-Oh! You spend one card, it only brings you up plus one card because it draws you two. You only go up plus one card, and that's a concern in a game like Yu-Gi-Oh. you If you're doing better than going even, something's it's almost like something's gone wrong. Anyway, Unhinge, no, you want for an extra mana. There's what do you call it? Siphon Mind. Everyone else discards a card. You draw cards equal to the number of cards discarded this way. Bone Shard Slasher. 2 mana for a 1/1 flyer. Threshold. It's now a 3/3 flyer, but as soon as somebody targets it, you gotta sack it. That sack ability is. The thing is, if this had just been like, it gets +1/+1 and becomes a 2/2 flyer, that probably wouldn't have been enough because people would just play Foul Imp instead, which is just 2 black for a 2/2 flyer. Comes into play, you lose 2 life. Oh well. So this had to be better than Foul Imp, but so they made it a 3/3. But then when somebody targets it, again, this is one of those creatures that can die to a giant growth, which sounds wrong. Yeah, giant growth creature. Well, shit. Slithery Stalker. 1/1 Swamp Walk for 3 mana. Ugh. But, again, your typical come into play and related leave play abilities. And back then, they quite commonly were when it leaves play. Not when it dies, when it leaves the battlefield. Because it was unusual for a creature to leave the battlefield without dying. Nowadays, there's more XL, there's more bounce, this, that, whatever, that people actually played. But back then, no, if it left the battlefield, it probably died. XL target creature, green or white creature an opponent controls. Do you realize how many cards that hits? Even without the flickering. Like, this is one way to deal with something like Avacyn, Angel of Hope. Exile Avacyn, and then your opponent's creatures can all get blowed up. Also, it's got Swamp Walk. It can eat a green creature or white creature. And it's got Swamp Walk. So the two colors that are the two most commonly played colors. Meh. I'm going to get through. I'm going to get through and you're not going to like it. Heaven forbid, you get this thing infected along the way. Yeah. So what was that, 3? Alright, one more row. Gloom Drifter. Gloom Drifter. Da-na-na-na. So again, 4 mana, 2/2 flyer. Fine. And you're playing black at that point. Black had to pay a little more for flying than other colors did. Not a lot, but a bit more. So, okay, that's fine. But look at its threshold ability. You had 7 or more cards in your graveyard? Cool. You get this as a bonus. When it enters, non-black creatures get -2/-2 till end of turn. Your squirrel tokens go pop. Sapling tokens go pop. Elves go pop. Goblins go pop. Soldiers go pop. Any token strategy goes pop. Slivers, a lot of them, oh look, you've only got one lord in play? Guess what? Go pop. Any small creature that's on the board, just go pop. Oh. You're playing black. You're safe. Oh, you've got an artifact creature? It goes pop. Yeah. Again, black really had a lot of trouble dealing with black back in the day. Because, how do you kill the undead? They just get back up. How do you kill something that's immune to fear? Etc. So, black had a lot of trouble dealing with black. You needed lightning bolts, you needed counter spells, you needed swords to plowshares, you needed something other than your typical black removal to deal with black. Oh yeah, Cabal Torture. Oh yeah, that was fun. 3 mana. So this is kind of like a black twist on Prodigal Sorcerer. It cost a bit more. It was 2 black plus 1 instead of 1 black plus 2. And it was black and tap instead of just tap. But target creature gets -1/-1 till end of turn, as opposed to dealing a damage to it, though the damage can go to any target. This was -1/-1, which could actually kill creatures. that, you know, you can't regenerate from -1/-1. When you hit threshold, you're paying 5 mana, which I think is a bit overcosted for the ability. Tap. Target creature gets -2/-2 till end of turn. Can kill a lot of things. It's fine. Again, you are looking at common. I think that threshold ability could have gone down to like 3 mana. In fact, I'll bet it probably was supposed to be 3 mana, and somebody just misinterpreted it and just wrote it down as like 3 black, and it went from there. Oh yeah, Lacrosse Champion again. Like, this used to be a finisher back in the day. This used to be a finisher in mono black control. Because, first of all, it's black. So already immune to a lot of stuff that people are trying to, already immune to a lot of removal for being black. It's 6 power for 6 mana, which is a lot. It can regenerate, so has protection against a bunch more removal, including combat. And then the fun little, when it comes into play versus leave play thing going on, target player loses 6 life. But you commonly looked at this because having this leave play in the first place is difficult. Wait till you hit like 8 mana, then cast this. Comes into play. Drain you for 6. So it's almost like it's got haste. Then I swing for 6 on the next turn. I had 2 mana left over the turn I cast it. So that'll give me some that I can spend on regenerating. Swing for 6, swing for 6, eat everything that comes in front of it. Yeah. Shambling Swarm. Four mana for a 3/3. When it comes into play, you get 3 -1/-1 counters. Split them up amongst any number of creatures. So one creature can get 3, one can get 1, second can get 2, or 3 different creatures can get -1/-1. Those are counters. But the counters disappear at the end of turn. I don't know why they did counters. That might have been just to make the splitting up the 3 -1/-1ing easier. Didn't have to be counters. Although that being said, Shambling Swarm, if you've got an effect like Doubling Season, for each -1 counter you put on a creature this way, oh yeah. Doubling Season, I think you also have to remove them as well. Although they are counters, so you can proliferate them. And those counters are not put on the creature the same way. They're not put on from Shambling Swarm's ability. they're being put on from Proliferate. Have fun with that one. The rest of this is going to be fairly straightforward, fairly easy to figure out why people are playing this, that, whatever else. Alright, let's go to red. Particle Collaborator. What was the blue one called? Oh yeah, the Bolshin Collaborator. Did everybody get a Collaborator, or... White did not. Blue get the Bolshin. Black probably wouldn't get anything until the following set. Red got Particle Collaborator, which again, you know, the Bolshin Collaborator. 4 mana for 2/2 flyer. Fine. Particle Collaborator. 4 mana for 2/2 first strike. Fine. And then what's the word I'm looking for? And then the shade ability. You're paying a little extra for a pump that's going through another color. But I mean, here's the fun thing about this card. You only need to play, like you could be playing mono black and splash red to play this. Similar to how the Bolshin Collaborator, you can actually play mono black and splash blue to play it. Which would be the easier way to build those. And there's nothing wrong with it. Like it's a perfectly serviceable card. And it's a human barbarian. I think if you're building barbarians as a deck, this might actually make a home, because this can hit for a lot. And it's 2/2 for a strike to start off with, which is already a reasonable starting point. Kamal Sledge? No. You really need Threshold to make this worth playing in the first place. You do not pay 7 mana sorcery, 4 damage to target creature. I'll be back in a sec. I need to grab a thing. There we go. I am back. But yes, do not pay 7 mana just to do 4 damage to a target. Not when you've got Storm's Wrath, 4 damage to everything. Wildfire, 4 damage to everything. And each player sacks 2 lands for 6 mana. Um, Lightning Bolt 1, granted, by this point, considered overpowered. But even at that point, you had Volcanic Hammer, which was 1 red plus 1 sorcery for 3 damage. So maybe 1 red plus 2 for 4 damage. But you're paying more than 3 times what Volcanic Hammer was to do 4 to that and 4 to, 4 to the creature and 4 to the controller. And you have to have a creature that you can target. Which means that the creature disappears, the entire spell is countered. You don't deal any damage to the controller. 7 mana, too much. Do not do the thing. Particle Lancer. Again, the issue with red cards back in the day that wanted you to discard them that were not spell shape, of this era, was the discard was commonly at random, basically from like Invasion, I think Invasion on, for a few years. Yeah, your discard was going to be at random, and it was really hard to make this work, so people commonly play this as like a 5 mana for a 3/2 and just didn't bother in the first place. Unless you had stuff that you wanted in your graveyard or nothing in your hand mattered. Like, I've got like 6 lanes in my hand. Okay, whatever. But as soon as you hit like 5 lands and like, 5 lands and a lightning bolt or something equivalent to that, you'd be like, I'll try one, but I'm not going to do another one. Because the problem with the random discard is it led to a lot of feel bads because you had no control. You had agency on activating it, but not on what the cost was going to be. Possessed Barbarian did not see as much play as the blue one because playing against red was much lower on the scale. Still a really good creature. And when you're looking at a format like Commander, this eats dragons. You are like, 3 tap. So, first of all, I have a 4/4 for a strike that cost me 4. Okay. Cool, I got 7 cards in my graveyard. Kill your dragon. Block this. Kill your dragon. Block this. Kill your general. Because red sees a fair amount of play in combination with other colors when it comes to, like, oh man, if you've got a way to untap this with any sort of, like, multiple times a turn, like, Possessed Barbarian being able to eat, what's his name? Well, there's Zada, there's... Why can I not remember his name? The legendary frickin' goblin dude that likes to tap to make more. Damn it, why can I not remember? You. Teamer. What are you? It's going to drive you bonkers. Krenko. You know, when... Yeah. So yeah, Possessed Barbarian. Yeah. Oh yeah, Pyromania. Pitching cards and sacking the enchantment to deal 1 damage to any target. Yes. Yes, yes. People love this. But again, what held it back was the discard was at random. This was one of those cards that people wanted it to be good, and the random is what kept holding it back. Uh, Barbarian Outcast. Barbarian Outcast was like in the problem with Barbarian Outcast is that it is at best it ends up being a vanilla it ends up being a grizzly bear. This was and I have to keep reiterating this. This was at a point when white could get a 2 mana 2/2 with some kind of ability. Green could get a 2 mana 2/2 with some kind of ability. Not like a big ability, but something. Nothing like green would not get a 2 mana 2/2 Llanowar Elf. But they might get like a good Iron Shell Beetle. 2 mana for 1/1 comes into play. Put a +1/+1 counter on target creature. It can go on itself, or it can go elsewhere. So it's kind of a 2/2 with additional flexibility. Or, you know, 2 mana 2/2s that actually Werebear was 2 mana for 1/1 that tapped for green, but at threshold became a 4/4. You know, so it was always you often got a 2 mana 2/2 with a little extra. I think at one point you got a 2/2 with reach. I think it would have been like double green to cast, but a 2/2 with reach. You would eventually get. Actually, around this time, I think you got a 2 mana 2/3 elf. It was like double green to cast. You could get a 2/3. Around this time frame. Might be like a year or so later, but around this time frame. White, same sort of thing. You know, small cheap creatures. Its special ability might be having a relevant creature type. You know, but you also got, you know, this is where your White Knight comes in. You know, 2 mana for a 2/2 with first strike and protection from black, but you didn't get, um, but you wouldn't get like a 2/3 for quite a while, or a 3/2 again for quite a while. and actually a 1-3 or a 3-1, I think our first 3-1 wouldn't be until Time Spiral block. And every other color was like you could get a 2 mana 2-1 or 1-2 and have something, or 2 mana 2-2 but some kind of drawback attached to it. This was a manageable drawback, but that would put it at a 2 mana 2-2. Compare that to nowadays, where Pauper nowadays has basically got Goblin Guide with no drawback. You get, because you play you play Goblin Tomb Raider. 1 red for 1-2. Which is almost as strong as the Goblin, or as the Barbarian was for a single mana. As long as you control an artifact, this creature gets +1/+0 and has haste. So you cast this off of Great Furnace, and your 1-drop is a 2/2 with haste. Or Barbarian Outcast, where it's a 2 mana 2/2 with a drawback. Guess what I would rather play? Now, that doesn't mean it doesn't have a home, but again, this is like part of Collaborator. This is one of those cards where you want to be playing a more black heavy deck and lighter on the red. Petrivarch, 4 mana 2/2. Again, the same flicker base shenanigans. This time, eating lands. And the lands are getting exiled. They're not coming back unless, whatever. Yeah, have some fun with this one. And again, it's a leave the battlefield ability. If you bounce it, any card coming into play is treated as a new version of anything that had the same name or whatever. It doesn't track who. Sure, you're playing Commander. Okay, you can only have one copy of any one card, barring this list of like a dozen cards. Magic doesn't change its rules on how cards interact with each other, just because you're playing a different format. Oh. Anyway, what was I saying? Sorry. My brain went squirrel for a moment. But yeah, so, I mean, yes, Commander has specific rules, but a lot of that have to do with things like color identity and deck construction. As far as actual gameplay is concerned, oh yeah, and the commander damage rule. I think that's probably 98% of the commander rule, like the commander specific rules. Apart from that, the game plays the same regardless of whether you're playing Commander or you're playing uh or you're drafting or you're playing standard or whatever. Anyway, um Petrovark. Cool. So I played a Petrovark. In response to its ability, and in response to its coming to play ability, I sent back to my hand. Your land is exiled for good now. Or you do flicker shenanigans, you add white and you play like Eldrazi Displacer. In response to its coming to play ability, I'll exile it. Yeah, and just yeah. Be careful if you're doing that sort of shenanigan. Be careful because people losing utility lands. Okay, people losing lands that they need to actually be able to play the game can kind of be a dick move. So be careful about that. Oh yeah, Flash of Defiance again. The this is also one of the cheapest um flashback cards. You know, the pay 3 life. Green and white creatures can't block this turn. For 2 mana. I'm attacking. I'm getting through for damage. Deal with it. What? All your creatures are green, / all your creatures are white. I'm getting through for damage. Deal with it. Oh, by the way, I'll be able to do this again later. Yeah. Somebody's going to be playing green at the table. Somebody's going to be playing white at the table. And if they're playing with more than one color and green or white happen to be one of the colors, so you're like, cool. You have to. These guys can block. The rest of your guys are stuck. What? Red occasionally likes this nice little theme of such and such creature can't block. Usually it's target creature can't block. This is 2 entire groups of creatures that are being told they can't block. Yeah. Oh yeah, Petrodon. Remember what I said a moment ago about Petrovark? This holds true doubly so here because you're exiling 2 lands. By the way, 8 mana for a 5/6 creature with fire breathing that eats 2 lands when it comes in. Yeah, no. I would suggest not doing the flicker bullshit with this one and just being fair with it. let me just I'm going to take these 2 lands and I'm going to protect them for you so if something happens you still eventually have lands coming back. Hello, Alex. Tell me you're an actual person. A, tell me you're an actual person. B, tell me you're not like you're just going to turn around and say, "Hey, by the way, can you not can you look?" I don't mind looking at people's deck lists. I don't like when people go, "Hey, by the way, can you message me on Discord or can you?" Advertising bad. If you ask for permission first, I don't mind so much. Thank you. Sorry, I'm being cautious because I get people that occasionally pop in and they start talking like that, and then I find out that, oh, by the way, 50 followers? Have I actually hit 50? Uh, Oops, wrong one. I need this one. Um, oh, yeah, okay. Yes, I have. Oh, we darned. Uh, it's largely being able to find enough people to. No, I'm most of the way there. It's being able to find enough people to show up at the same time. And I think a lot of my followers realistically end up being bots, like spam bots. And I'm like, no, just because as soon as I've noticed somebody's, oh, that's a spam message, ban. But it doesn't stop them from following me. So, but it basically boils down to needing people to actually just come in and watch and stuff. Beyond that, I've apparently hit all the other. It's fine. I've apparently hit all of the other milestones, though. It's literally just needing enough people to actually come in. I appreciate it. I'm. I will get there. I will get there eventually. Although, hold on, Alex. Did I meet you at a convention? Or are you a new person? I know there was somebody I was talking to at a convention a couple of weeks ago. If you check, if you check my Twitch chat thing, there should be a thing for just joining my Discord. There should be a link in there already. Let's see here. Twitch. See if I can find the. That's not what I'm looking for. Grumble, grumble. Alright, I'll just. I know what I'm looking for. Oh, shush. About. Okay, so just put it up as my thing and then about. There we go. Yeah. So if you go to my thing and hit about, you'll see a thing for Discord chat and you can pop in from there. And I better close that before my stream tries to implode on itself. Yeah, just go to my Twitch page and hit the about tab and it's got the Discord right there. That is literally the easiest way to do that. Oh yeah, Sonic Seizure. Expired? Shouldn't be. Um. Well, somebody made it in. Uh. I am going to have to figure out how to invite people to my server then. Uh, oh, I see. Server settings. Alright, I'm going to have to figure out how to do that. Thank you for pointing that out to me, though. I will. You know what? There. Okay. I will try and figure that out later. Um, like after the stream. But I know I saw somebody joined it earlier this evening, like about 2.5 hours ago. So somebody was able to get their way in. Actually, why don't I try this real quick? Um, nope, wrong one. That one. Discord chat. It looks like, yeah, it looks like it still works. Because I opened up a private browser window which does not use any of the login stuff that you normally use. And it came up, so like it said, hey, you've been invited to the server, etc., etc. So yeah, uh, I don't know. I will look into it when I log off. So probably in about 3 hours. Because unfortunately, these things tend to take a little while to actually get through. But I'll see what's going on and yeah. Anywho, uh, right, Sonic Seizure. Like I said, they decided that Lightning Bolt was too strong. They figured Shock was fine. to go from shock to lightning bolt, they basically said you have to add a mana and turn it from instant to sorcery. So almost like adding 2 mana. So they gave us Sonic Seizure, which, discarding a card is generally worth about 2 mana. Except, again, the problem of the discard is at random. People played Volcanic Hammer instead of Sonic Seizure because of the random discard. Partick Arsonist? So, yeah, again, don't go there. Partick Arsonist, on the other hand, 4 mana for 3/3, so basically a hill giant, but was a human barbarian, so that is actually relevant to some decks. If you've got Threshold, it's got to come and play of 3 damage to any target, which is almost like giving haste, but better because you get to choose where it goes. That's actually really good. It's a serviceable creature on its own. It's not great, but it's serviceable. It's a 4 mana 3/3. If it loses its abilities, it loses its abilities. Oh well. It's still, because there are some, like, you do not play, for example, Ravenous Chupacabra, because it's a 4 mana 2/2. You play Ravenous Chupacabra because it's a 4 mana 2/2 that when it comes into play kills a thing. This is a 4 mana 3/3. That's serviceable. It's not great, but it's useful. But when it comes into play, if you've got Threshold, that's 3 damage elsewhere. Yeah, decent card. If I'm doing barbarians, then Partick Arsonist is going to be, it's going to at least get a look at. Skull Scorch. They have not given. They keep trying to find ways to give back him to Torak. They keep trying to find a way to turn around and say, making somebody discard 2 cards for 2 mana. It's not easy. Skull Scorch not only turns around and tries to do that, it also tries to do it in a different color. 2 red. They discard 2 cards at random unless the person that Skull Scorch is targeting decides, no, take 4 damage instead. Odyssey, Torment, Judgment, primarily Odyssey and Torment, had a lot of cards, primarily in red, with this kind of, they've called it the Punisher mechanic. And basically, it's like you make one of 2 choices. Either one is bad. Which one is less bad for you? Generally speaking, in Commander, the 4 damage is going to be a lot nicer. If you're playing a 60 card format, a 60 card Fora format, you're running Skull Scorch. Consider this at least the first 2 times that they're going to take 4 damage, which for 2 mana is still pretty decent. I'll take two, or sorry, I'll take four. I'll take four. If you hit it again, because your deck has probably got other burn and stuff in it, the third time, they just may turn around and take a chance on two cards being discarded at random. But in Commander, I would assume that it's just going to be 4 damage to the dome every time because it's a 40 life format. Oh yeah, Flaming Gambit. Flaming Gambit is kind of weird because this is like a little bit like the opposite of a bunch of these cards. Because usually it's like you hit X, but the controller can turn around and take damage instead. No, this is now I hit the controller for X. They can choose to have one of their creatures take the damage instead. But this is also an instant. Here's the fun thing. If they have no creatures in play, they have to take the damage. They do not get to be able to do that. They basically have to flash in a creature or make a token or something of that effect and then go, okay, by the way, here, that takes damage instead. I'm not saying it's a good card. It's an okay card. But I would play Arsonist over that. I would play the Petras over that. I would play probably half the cards that are ranked. Although, that being said, if you're playing with cards that care about something taking excess damage, then maybe Flaming Gambit goes further up the list. Hellbent Raider. Speaking of human barbarians. 3 mana for a 2/2 first strike haste. If it had no other abilities, I would, like, back then, I would play that. Random discard, it gets protection from white till end of turn. Okay. First strike, haste, 2/2 for 3 mana. Pretty good. Because at that point, your, what's the word I'm looking for? Like your starting point would be like you get 1 red, 2 other. You could get a 2/2 with haste. So adding half a mana, turning a colorless mana into a red mana. To also give it to add on first strike was kind of huge. And then discarding a card at random, but pitching a card to give it protection from white till end of turn. Yeah, that's a lot. This was actually decently playable if you're playing like any sort of aggressive red deck back in the day. At least in standard, this was worth playing. This is like Ball Lightning, but better to an extent. It didn't have trample, but it didn't die at the end of turn. And white was not that great for removal back then. Your best, your best choice would be a card like Pacifism. Yeah, good card. Pitchstone Wall. Pitchstone Wall. What are the what? This had a couple things going on. So, giving it Defender basically compensates for a point of power/toughness. i.e., it gets the drawback of having defender, but it can get an extra point of usually toughness boost. So consider this a 2/4 if you cancel the defender. That makes it equivalent to a 3/3, which was really strong back in the day for 3 mana. Like, green, I think, was the first color to get a 3/3 for 3, and I think at this point you were looking at 2 green plus 1. This was a 2/5 for 3 mana. You know, the other way to look at that is that's equivalent to like a 0/7. Compare Wall of Stone, which was a 0/8 for 2 red plus 1. But so it's a big efficient wall, which is already a nice thing. Then you add on its actual ability, which is the big reason people want to play it in the first place. Whenever you discard a card, you may sacrifice Pitchstone Wall. If you do, return the discarded card from your graveyard to your hand. A 2/5 for 3 is pretty good at stopping a fair amount of aggro. Not a crazy amount, but a fair amount. But red had a propensity for having random discard. This essentially let you sacrifice the wall instead of discarding the card. You still had to discard the card, and a lot, again, back at that point, it was often random. But you discard the you discard the card. That's not a card I wanted to get rid of. Sack the wall. Get the card back to your hand. If you're worried about cards that, you know, oh, 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 that's funny. Throw this in a deck that's got something like Kiki Jiki or Splinter Twin in it. Somebody is about to make you discard. In response, you make a copy of the wall. That somebody can be an opponent, or it can be yourself. You end up discarding a card that you don't want to discard, for whatever reason. You sack the token, and get the card that you just discarded back to your hand. Have fun with that. I don't mind giving people fun ideas to play with. Again, we're talking casual Commander. Who cares what competitive players want, right? Temporary Insanity. One of the first. Well, one of the. This might have been the first time that we saw the gain control of target creature until end of turn. It gains haste until end of turn. This might be the start of when we started seeing them with a vaguely reasonable amount of regularity, because we would get it once in a while, but not like regularly. I think we get them. I think it's fair to say we've had them regularly for probably over 15 years. It's now a typical thing you see. Red commonly gets this ability. This had an interesting version. With power less than the number of cards in your graveyard. Untap. I have 7 cards in my graveyard, so I can yoink anything that costs 6 or sorry, that's power 6 or less. Yoink, gain control till end of turn with haste. Yeah, there's better versions of this effect. Dear. I think I may end up crashing momentarily. 1, 2, 3, 4. Know what? Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? You. Thing control. Okay. Let's try and get through these fairly quickly. My computer seems to be grumble grumble. All right. Uh Centaur Veteran, 3/3 trample for 6. Pay a green, discard a card to regenerate. 3/3 trample would have been 4 mana, so you're paying 2 extra mana to get green and discard a card to regenerate. Seems a bit much. Though that being said, you are looking at common. I think you could have cut a mana off of this at that point, and it would have been fine. But again, this might also be because it was green plus 5 and not 2 green plus 3. Subtract 2 from here and add 1 here. And I think that's what caused it to go to 6 mana. It's still it's still an okay card. But and again, I don't think people play with enough regeneration. At that point, you're looking for a discard outlet. It's fine. Possessed Centaur. This was actually playable back in the day because green, the Possessed Haven had Psychotogs that it had to deal with. Um, the Possessed Centaur, you also would have to deal with the Blue-Green Madness deck. And yeah, you had things like Arrogant Worm to deal with. So this is now suddenly, here's a 3/3 trample. Uh, that would eventually become a 4/4 trample that could blow up, um, Arrogant Worm and Basking Root Walla. Well, Basking Root Walla would just jump in front of and block. Um, and tokens from Roar the Worm and Elfin Ambush and Call the Herd and whatnot else. So this was actually decent. And again, green is a commonly played color. And if you have Sylvan Awakening, does Sylvan Awakening or similar cards does not give them a color. Some of these effects will give the lands a color. Sylvan Awakening doesn't, but I think some of these effects do. Come on. Really? Uh, become. Are you kidding me? None of them do? Also, I do not remember seeing land creep or night creep before. Huh. Natural affinity. Living lands. What do you say? All forests are. Really? Okay. Ambush Commander does. Awakener Druid. Genju. Okay. So there's four of them that do. And pretty much nothing else does. Okay. So giving a color to a land is an exception rather than the rule. Okay. Interesting to know. Anyway. Um. Right. That being said. Possessed Centaur. Lots of people play green. Lots of people play heavy green. It's a serviceable creature on its own that becomes, that can start assassinating green and blocking and jump in front of another. And the fun thing is because it's black. It's not black in addition to its other colors. It's black. Croson Constrictor. Bit of an unusual ability. 4 mana, for a 2/2 snake with Swamp Block. Interesting. Tap. Target black creature gets -2/-0 till end of turn. Largely, like, best against stuff that has double strike. Also, if you're worried about stuff that's got, like, Infect or similar ability, that -2, like, Infect, Wither, same thing, that -2/-0, it's going to deal less damage, which means less poison, less -1/-1 counters, etc., etc. It's going to make more difference than it first appears. And again, black is a commonly played color. Somebody's going to have swamps, and somebody's going to give everybody swamps. And it might even be you. Do with that as you would. Set and Scout. Again, 2 mana for 2/1 with Reach. As soon as you hit 7 cards in a graveyard, this is now a 4/3 with Reach that only costs you 2 mana. A 2/1 with Reach for 2 mana isn't amazing, but it's fine. You know, it's serviceable. Are you playing Centaurs, Druids, Scouts, Archers? Especially if you're playing Archers. Actually, maybe not especially if you're playing Archers, but maybe if you're playing Scouts, you might want to look at this. Centaurs, maybe. Druids. I think I may have saw it when I was working on Druids and decided against it. What is this? This is a... Oh, no. Because I didn't notice it because it didn't do a thing that I was looking for. If I was going more actual Druid tribal, because the first thing I looked at was how many Druids are there? Wow, there's a lot of them that are just mono green. How many of them are not mono green? So, how many of them, because I'm playing green white, how many of them are mono white or white green? I did not look at any that were colorless. And then I started looking at other stuff that was going on, like some of the druids that I wanted to be playing were the enchantresses are all druids. Well, not all of them, but a lot of them are. Argothian enchantress, Verdurn enchantress, Yevamaya Ephemerith. So make sure I put in some druids that are, you know, Shigeki is an enchantment creature druid. And a few cards along that line. I didn't do a lot, but I had some. I made sure I added Enduring Vitality and Careful Cultivation as enchantments that could get me more, to get me more mana. Didn't go overboard on that, but I wanted some. And I probably should throw more enchantments in here of some sort. But if I was going actual Druid Tribal, because to be fair, the deck wasn't based around Druid Tribal. It was based around Guiltleaf Archdruid. Get enough druids out so I can start stealing somebody's lands. Yeah. Anyway, But if I'm building around actual Druid Tribal, Set and Scout should probably go in because it can be a 2 mana 2 mana 4/3 with Reach. All I have to do is have enough cards in my graveyard. That's not hard. Narcissism. Do 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 do. Narcissism. Do 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 do. Again, part of the um, hypochondria and compulsion and pyrrhemia and mortophobia. This is the green one from the cycle. 3 mana. Pay a green and discard it, or pay a green and sack it to almost giant growth. Almost giant growth? +2/+2. Giant growth is +3/+3. Again, a really good card for what it does. Are you looking for discard outlets? Narcissism is pretty good. Gurzagost. 5 mana for 6/8. That's huge for its cost. Yes, now we've got like whatchamacallit? Gigantosaurus, which is like a 10/10 for 5 green or 6 green or whatever it is now. But it doesn't do anything. But this has got a couple of things going on. One, for 2 green and pitching a card, you can have this creature assign its combat damage as though it weren't blocked. Okay. So if I'm looking for something that wants to deal damage though it weren't blocked, rocks, lone wolf, thorn elemental, that sort of thing. Gurzagost falls under that. It's got a cost associated with it. However, at the beginning of your upkeep, sacrifice this creature unless you put 2 cards from your graveyard on the bottom of your library. If you got the ability to draw cards regularly, like additional cards, and that could be Howling Mine, that can be Up the Beanstalk, anything along the lines of just drawing additional card every turn. Keen Sense, whatever. It is really easy to keep this guy fed and keep him in your and just keep him going every turn. If you can afford 5 mana, you can probably afford 2 green, twice a turn cycle. And then just keep taking the cards that are going into your... Because the big thing he does is he keeps taking the cards that are in your graveyard and putting them back in your deck. So maybe you also want to run a decent number of fetch lands. And, like, maybe a not unreasonable starting point is start off with a heavily forest, like basic forest mana base. Let's say you go, as I commonly do, 38 lands and 6 specifically ramp. I would run more lands than usual because I would want to run more fetching than usual. What do I mean by that? If I I would probably, for a deck like this, if I'm looking at 38 lands to start off with, I probably want at least 25 forests. I probably want about a dozen fetch lands. And the reason to run that many fetch lands, so maybe I'm running 30 forests, because I want to keep sending those cards back. I want to keep him fed regularly. So maybe 30 forests, a dozen fetches. So that's already 42 lands. Now I could probably go down to about 25 forests. Roughly a 2 to 1. So 37, but still need more additional lands. Probably at least another half dozen lands. Maybe more like a dozen. So you can turn around and have enough actual mana to, because you normally only want fetch lands in a deck that runs multiple colors, so you can get the other colors that you need. This is a situation where you're doing it to keep your graveyard full and to keep recirculating the cards. So I'm sure there's a way to build it. And again, I'm assuming you're building mono green here. But mono green does also have self-mill strategies available. And you can do self-mill and then use this to start putting the stuff that you didn't want to mill back in your deck and have a reasonable number of shuffle effects so you can get them back. So certainly an interesting card, as it's a card you don't just put this into a deck. You put this in your deck knowing this is in your deck. You don't just add it in. Centaur Chieftain. Maybe a card that I should have been considering for... Did I actually throw you in? No, I did not. But certainly a card that could have fit. 4 mana for 3/3 with haste. And with Threshold, comes into play creatures you control get +1/+1 gain trample, including itself, till end of turn. That might have actually been worth throwing in here, because it's it's kind of like a lightning bolt, but arguably a bit better, because it, when I've got no stuff in my graveyard, and I'm trying to play mono green burn here, all your creatures get +1/+1 trample till end of turn. I'll also point out that if you're trying to build on a budget, like an overrun style effect, you can get this for like 5 cents. A hasty overrun. Bruh. Nine-Tuko Calmer is a, 4 mana for 2/3. Pay green, tap it and sack it to blow up an enchantment. Threshold, giving it, making it a 3/4. This feels like nowadays this should be just a straight up 3/4. Green, tap and sack. I don't see anywhere where this is better than something else. In fact, the one card that goes through my head, I want to say it was in the original trip to Ravnica. Is this the card I'm thinking of? I think this is her. Yeah. No Mage Shepherd. 1 green plus 3 for a 2/4. So easier to cast. Slightly bigger natively. Tap 4 untapped creatures you control. Destroy target artifact or enchantment. You're playing green. Having enough bodies on the board should be easy. I would play No Mage Shepherd before I played Nantuko Commer. The big reason to run a card like Nantuko Commer is the self-sacrifice. One more line, I think, here. 21. Yeah, one more line and we can scan through the rest. Invigorating Falls. Remember what I mentioned earlier about Ancestors Chosen? If you're playing green and want to gain a bunch of life right now, Invigorating Falls, 2 green plus 2, sorcery. You gain life equal to the number of creature cards in all graveyards. Assume by the time you cast it, everyone's got at least 3 cards in their graveyards. In a 4-player game, that's 12 life. It is really easy for this to be more. That's 3 cards in each player's graveyard. You want to gain a bunch of life? Here you go. Nantuko Blightcutter. You want a big creature? The worst this is a 3 mana 2/2 with Pro Black, which is fine. It's okay. Protection from black is protection from any color is not a thing green is known for. It gets it once in a while, but it's not really a thing green is known for. This creature gets +1/+1 for each black permanent your opponents control, as long as 7 or more cards are in your graveyard. So once you hit threshold, remember what we were saying about mono green being able to hit like a self-mill deck for mono green is actually feasible? Do that here. Hit your 7 cards, and suddenly this goes from it's okay to oh my god, how the hell did that thing get so big? You have 4-player game. One person's playing mono black. One person's playing black something. You're not on mono black or black something. The other player is not playing black. The person on mono black has got, say, 3 creatures in play and an enchantment. The person playing black something has a creature that's black-blue in play. 3 black creatures plus a black enchantment plus a black-blue creature is 5 cards. This suddenly is a 7/7 Pro Black that cost you 3 to cast. How did it get so big so quick? That's not even big. Heaven forbid you throw this in a deck that's got, a card like Painter Servant or Shifting Sky, because I think Shifting Sky, I don't remember if it's creatures or everything. All non-permanents are the chosen color. The saving grace here is it's non-land, but still, if each player has got 5 cards that are not lands in play, 5, 10, 15, this is now a 17-17 with Pro Black. You want to know how this got so big so quickly? That's how. Arrogant Worm. Oh yeah, I mentioned this card earlier. 5 mana for a 4/4 trample. Nothing crazy, nothing to write home about until you notice the fact that it's got madness of green +2. So you're saying you want me to discard cards for an effect that I want access to, but you're going to give me a bonus of having a discount on my big creature? You know, like Gurzagost. I'm going to discard Arrogant Worm to Gurzagost. And suddenly it's like, okay, well, I just paid its cost. Yeah, I just paid the full cost for Arrogant Worm, but I get a 4/4 trample. And now Gurzagost can deal combat damage to so it weren't blocked. Wait, what? Yeah. Dwell in the past. Target player shuffles up to 4 target cards from their graveyard into their library. You choose the player. You choose the cards. They don't get to choose what cards are getting shuffled back in. You are telling a person you are shuffling your deck, and this is what's going back in. Usually you're doing this to your own stuff. But, was it Psychogenic Probe, I think it is? I think that's what you're called. Whenever a spell or ability causes a player to shuffle their library, this artifact deals 2 damage to that player. The person that's shuffling is taking the damage. Dwell on the past, and anything that can make somebody Where's my phone? Oops. Ah! Lol. 21 cards. Yeah, we can go through the rest real quick. Anorid Scavenger. 3/3 with Pro Black. At the beginning of your upkeep, again, kind of like Gurzagost. Sacrifice it unless you put a card from your graveyard on the bottom of your library. I would probably put this and Gurzagost in the same deck, with the assumption that I'll get one but not both. I would probably do the Scavenger first. Yeah, I would. In a deck like that, I would run Scavenger first because of not because he's smaller or cheaper, because he's got protection from black, and also the upkeep cost is easier to manage. Keeping, shipping 1 card is easier than shipping 2. Insist. The next creature spell you cast this turn can't be countered. I'm pretty sure I have that in my uncounterable deck. I know I at least consider. Oh, actually, I'm not sure I did consider it. I think Gruel. I think maybe I didn't. Nope, it is there. It's there because it draws a card. It's there because it draws a card. There's only a couple cards that do that. But yeah, it is there to draw a card. Also, hilariously, I could throw this in. What do you call it? Wow. I could throw this in a Tulane because I've got a bunch of creatures that, when they come into play, they counter a spell. So casting Insist first to say, hey, by the way, you're not countering my counter spell. Yeah, yeah. There's actually probably about 4 decks that I could throw this into and not blank. Basking Root Walla. The number one reason to play this card in any deck is because it's a creature you can get into play for free by discarding it. It has Madness of 0. Madness. Oh, I had to discard this. Well, I can discard it into exile, and then it notices I've discarded it into exile. Well, I can cast it right then and there by paying its madness cost instead of, by paying its madness cost. And I bypass the timing rules and all that stuff. I'm bypassing timing. I'm bypassing paying its mana cost. Everything else still works the way it normally does. But this does mean that you could end up with, surprise blockers, for example. The number one reason to play this, though, is because its mana cost is literally 0. Have fun with that. Nostalgic Dreams. Again, you choose targets before you pay costs. This has got a fixed cost. Return X target cards from your graveyard to your hand. This is basically recall. Originally printed in Legends. Blue plus double X. Discard X cards from your hand. Then return a card from your graveyard to your hand for each card discarded this way. So you discard first. And then out of the cards that are at that point in your graveyard, you get to bring that many cards back from your graveyard to your hand. Nostalgic Dreams. You choose X targets, any card, but you choose X cards. Then you discard the cards. Then you return the cards that you targeted back to your hand. It's largely the same idea. It's double green with additional costs of discarding the cards. But then, hey look, I'm discarding a card. Hey, I'll discard Basking Root Willow as one of them, and I'll get a free creature in the meantime. Have fun with that. Parallel Evolution. Not surprised this is actually worth something. Not surprised this is in the top handful of green cards from the set. In fact, it only actually has 2 printings. 2 green plus 3 For each creature token on the battlefield, its controller creates a token that's a copy of that creature. It used to be the person that controlled the effect that made a token owned the token. That was the rule when this card got created. So technically, even though you're making the token, I control the effect. Or is that how it works? Regardless of how it did work back in the day, the rules eventually changed so that, oh, you're creating a token? It's your token. And this thing just gets silly because, oh my god. So, if you have some kind of effect that can animate lands, like what we were looking at earlier, Sylvan Awakening, etc. Then you add, what do you call it? So Sylvan Awakening, Overlord of the Hauntwoods, so that when it enters or attacks, you make an everywhere land. Well, your lands are now also creatures. Parallel Evolution. Okay, I not only make a token that's a copy of each of my creatures, but also each of my everywhere lands, because they also happen to be creatures. And then next turn I'll flash it back because I'll probably have enough mana, even if I just barely had enough before. Because 5 to cast initially and then 8 more the next turn. It's not completely unreasonable to make 3 everywhere lands. Yeah. You could end up with like basically your army just like quadruples in size at that point. Really stupidly good for token strategies. There's a reason it's, it's over $5. Acorn Harvest. People like their squirrels. There's a reason this is $1 for a common. 4 mana, make 2 squirrels. People love squirrels. And then flashback cost, pay 2 mana and 3 life, make 2 more squirrels. Okay. You're playing squirrels. The funny thing is, it took a very long time. Sort by release date. The first squirrels we actually had that were actual cards were a couple from Odyssey. Crows and Beast and Squirrel Mob. By the way, I'll point out real quick, +1/+1 for each other squirrel in play. If it's a changeling, it has all creature types. It's also a squirrel. Then Ikoria gave us Helica Glider. So we went, what was this? 2001 to 2020. So almost 20 years before we got our first creature with a squirrel type. Toski the following year. That makes sense if you know about, what's his name? Ratatoskar? Who I believe was a squirrel that lives in Yggdrasil. Norse mythology type stuff. Another one later that year for Scourge Colony. Then Chatterfang, so basically 3 more in Modern Horizons 2. 1 Infinity Squirrel. Sorry, 2 Infinity Squirrels. 1 in Outlaws of Thunder Junction, which made sense. And then Bloomburrow got us, Bloomburrow and because Foundations fed into Bloomburrow, got us a raft of them. And then a few more from Bloomburrow Commander. Realistically, it took, because the funny thing is, squirrels were isn't that adorable creature type that existed? And again, only on tokens. Prior to Odyssey, only a handful of cards that did them. Then we got a bunch more. Well, we got a few more and a couple of actual squirrel cards in Odyssey. And then it took basically 20 years for them to give us another card that had the squirrel type. But 4 squirrels for 6 mana and 3 life. With stuff that can, and people like playing squirrels. So yes, that was a card that drove people nuts. Nantuko Cultivator. 4 mana for 2/2. This might be the best version of a bad card. What? When this enters, you may discard any number of land cards. Put that many +1/+1 counters on this creature. Imagine stopping there. So 4 mana, and if you discard 4 lands, it's now a 6/6. But now your hand's pretty much empty, and you better be able to cast whatever you've got off the 4 lands you had in play, and draw that many cards. Oh, okay, so we'll probably draw an extra land or 2. Not unreasonably. Okay, that's a little bit nicer. Discard 2 lands, draw 2 cards. It's a 4/4. Then, of course, the fact that they're +1/+1 counters, you get synergies there. Like I said, this is probably the best version of a bad card. It's the best one I've seen so far. Croson Restore, I think might be in my Druid deck. Because this can untap, not unreasonably, like 4 or 5 mana worth of land. 1 green, 2 other for 1/2. Tap to untap target land, which I believe that would have been, what was Ley Druid? 1 green, 2 other for 2/2 that untapped a land? No, 1 green, 2 other for 1/1 that untapped a land. So, same cost, more defense, and you could untap 3 lands once you hit threshold, which is kind of huge. But you're playing Commander. You're not untapping 3 lands. Chances are, if you're untapping 3 lands, at least one of them is untapping for more than 1. Or taps for more than 1. The scary part is, let's say you untap 2 basic lands, and your third one is, I don't know, Nexo's Shrine of Nyx. tap, tap, thunk. Or you're also playing black. Untap 2 cards that produce black mana. Hey, look, I've got an Urborg Tomb of Yawgmoth out. Untap 2 lands and Cabal Coffers. Thunk! Untapping 3 lands is enough to generate a lot of mana. Yeah, that's going to go far. And also Far Wanderings. What I decide to use for the what's the word I'm looking for? Wow, I cannot brain. Thumbnail for this. Because it's really simple and easy to turn around and, hey, look, I hit threshold. I'm going to get 3 basics and put them into play instead of just 1. Cost of mana over more than rampant growth, but can get me 3 lands instead of just 1. How hard is it for me to hit threshold? Probably not hard. Especially if you end up hitting it later in the game. It suddenly jumps ahead of rampant growth fast. And then last call at the bar. Cabal Coffers. We all know how strong Cabal Coffers is. There's a reason it was uncommon originally in Torment and then Plane Chase, and then they realized, oh wow, this thing is really strong. Any reprint beyond that has basically been a mythic. Pay 2, tap, add black for each swamp you control. There's a reason why booster packs of Torment are expensive. And that's largely on the back of, not solely, but largely on the back of Torment. Cabal Coffers was an uncommon. As for the Tainted Lands, tap for colorless, tap for black or one of the other 4 colors, because black itself got Cabal Coffers. So black or one of the other 4 colors. Play only if you control a swamp. Play Urborg Tomb of Yawgmoth, or maybe you can get away without, because it's not unreasonable somebody else at the table will drop one. So I would say if you can't afford Urborg, don't sweat it. Assume this will generally just tap for colorless until, for about the first half of the game. But if you're running enough swamps, don't sweat it. You'll be fine. But yeah, and then it taps for, and then it's a dual land. That being said, yeah. Short stream tonight. 4 hours and change. Let's take a quick scan over Judgment. Anger might be Mirari's Wake. Croson Verge, Wonder, Sylvan Safekeeper, Brawn. Again, 143 cards, but it's going to be a bit more balanced. Might go for Unquestioned Authority. Anger's in a few things. You're in a few things. You're in a few things. Wonder's had a few prints. Sylvan Safekeeper, Brawn. Ooh, Stitch. No. Test of Endurance? Test of Endurance. Probably going to be Test of Endurance. Actually, did you have the same art? Oh, no, you had to. Wow. Dude, whoa. Anyway, that's it for tonight. We'll see you guys next week. Might be a quick stream next week, too. Who knows? Anyway, have a good night, everyone. Pasta la pizza and all that